region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Rural Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Uno, dos. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Cole, he's my miracle.
la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del político, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas. El cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 145 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement que queda en casa, que es un bien conocido del patriarcado, o sea, que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, este talento humano, de una serie de relaciones es necesario. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta calidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de país para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas económicas en tiempos de pandemia.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Rural Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
La CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education
a todas y todos. Buenos días, excepcionalmente en esta comisión, pero buenos días.
Particularly this committee this morning, so colleagues, permanent representatives and other people, delegates and other officials who are here, permanent observers to the OAS, presenters, the Director of Effective Public Management, Ms. Trigo, and the General Secretariat staff, and those who are here in person. We're very happy because we have a very full program today, and I'd like to know from the Secretariat whether we have a quorum to begin this session. Yes, we do. Thank you, Alejandro. So let's recall that in prep for this course, the conceptual note was circulated, and it was CP/CAJP 3767/23. It was submitted to this committee at the regular session of December 7th, 2023 for comment, and then it was approved on January 25th, 2024, distributed under CP/CAJP 3769/23. And as you all are aware, there will be diplomas for this course, and the package was handed out to everybody with the biography, bibliography, sources, glossary, and was distributed online. and to your email address on record. And then, if you remember the resolution AGS 3004 from 23, strengthening democracy, Section 2, strengthening and innovating effective public management in the Americas, approved here, and where we call on the General Secretariat and through the Department of Effective Public Management, the School of Government, to host in the framework of the CAGP this course on digital diplomacy, aimed at foreign ministries to promote knowledge about the role of emerging technologies in strengthening democracy. I want to underscore the great effort of under Maria Fernanda Trigo of the Department of Effective Public Management for putting together this course, and Mike Mora, who have coordinated all the efforts, for the presenters who have joined us today, and the different presenters have engaged in the testing, sound tests, so that everything comes out well. So let us give Maria Fernanda Rodrigo, the Director of the Department of Effective Public Management, to give her remarks at this time. Thank you very much. Good morning to each and every one of you. Firstly, we would like to thank the chair and the members of this Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs for enabling us to hold this course on digital diplomacy and the role of emerging technologies in strengthening democracy. We believe that the material that we're covering at this course today is of the utmost importance, particularly to promote a deeper understanding of the role of emerging technologies with regard to diplomacy in terms of strengthening democracy. Likewise, it's essential to become more familiar and deepen knowledge on the concepts to strengthen the regional agenda and the normative framework under ethical and responsible principles in the era of digital transformation. We hope that this course helps the participants to familiarize themselves and understand better the terms, concepts, tools of digital transformation, as well as the applications thereof. There's more and more reference and use of new technologies in diplomatic negotiations on any topic. We cannot address properly and in detail in 3 hours all of the field of digital diplomacy and the impact of technologies on democracy as warranted. So we hope that this is the first of many opportunities to do so and hold more training in them. To fulfill the mandate at the Department of Effective Public Management, we work with our counterparts in the countries who are the foreign ministries who work in these areas, but it's fundamental for these foreign ministries who are informed and understand how irrelevant and the bearing that these technologies can have. We're convinced that to a greater or lesser extent of the advancement of digital technology and open government in our countries is proportionally linked to efficient performance and transparency and public management, and therefore effective exercise of democracy as the Inter-American Democratic Charter lays out. For this session, we have invited experts on the subject matter who are experienced in academia and in practice in using digital diplomacy, such as Manuel Muñez, the former Vice Minister of Foreign Relations of Spain, and Nelly Leos, Special Ambassador for Digital Matters of Estonia. Manuel will provide an introduction of digital diplomacy, and Nelly will discuss its use in Estonia. After these presentations, we will have question and answer session. Then we will hold a panel that will be focused on opportunities and challenges of new technologies for democracy. On this panel, we will have experts from different international organizations, such as IDEA Internacional, IDRC of Canada, the Center for Democracy and Technology of the U.S., and Digital Democracy of Peru. Here, we also, following this panel, we will also have a question and answer session. We will also use Mentimeter, and this to make this learning experience interactive by using real-time digital tools. The moderator will give you instructions about how to use it on the screen with your devices, with a code, passwords, which will help you in consultations that we prepared on this subject matter, and we hope that you will be able to provide your input based on your own realities. And so as we move on, we will provide a summary and we will sum up all of the responses through this mechanism. Lastly, at our department, we're working together with the countries in developing inter-American data governance and artificial intelligence government at the Inter-American guidelines, at the Inter-American level, and for which we hope that this will be useful and very instrumental in the face of the processes of deliberation and adoption of the Inter-American instrument. Thank you very much, Maria Fernanda. And let us move on to the first panel. We'll begin with Manuel Muniz, International Rector and Dean of the School of Political Science, Economics, and Global Affairs at IE University in Spain, he will present on terms, concepts, and tools and the impact of emerging technologies on diplomacy. And as was mentioned by the director, there'll be question and answers, and those who are joining us remotely can send in their questions to this following email: nramirez at OAS.n, Nicholas, as in Nicholas Ramirez, with Z at the end, at OAS.org. So we welcome at this time Mr. Muniz. You have the floor. It is a huge privilege for me to join you today and to be able to share with us a few concepts on digital diplomacy, particularly technological diplomacy, and how it's defined from the point of view of exercising diplomacy and the understanding thereof. It's a huge field. It's just it can lead to quite a bit of confusion when we speak of technology and politics and diplomacy. It sounds like we're talking about such a broad concept, and so I want to define these concepts and narrow the scope of what we're going to talk about. It's very important to do so, otherwise we'll be all over the place. So, one thing is technology diplomacy, which is about how we address technology in international relations. I'm not going to get into that. But the other thing is, in strict sense, and digital diplomacy is what we're talking about, is how we use technology and digital tools to exercise or practice diplomacy. The first part is about policies and substance. The latter is about these tools. So we'll talk about, now talking about technological diplomacy, let me just mention that. I want to place this in proper context. And I was in academia, I was in public administration, the government, and the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Spain. I belonged to it, and at the ministry we put together a technological diplomacy policy. We consulted with experts and other ministers and other people at other ministries that was working. Even the Ministry of Estonia, who's going to, I understand, is going to be speaking at this meeting afterward. and also the Swiss government, the Danish government, and the American government, quite a number of governments around Spain have been or are developing such policies. And this exercise that we undertook in Spain, what we were trying to do is that we're trying to narrow the scope of the field, define it. So the 3 P's of diplomacy is what we follow. The first P is power, geopolitics of diplomacy, how technology has changed the distribution of power, the balance of power, or the distribution of, and the who are the players, the actors, the relevant actors in the, and this is very linked to cyberspace with offensive and defensive capacity using technology like drones, the use of artificial intelligence in strictly security and defense operations. And this would include space and the development of capacity in outer space, which has a bearing on military operations or on-the-ground operations. And the truth is, these technologies, as I was saying at the very beginning, in creating these new fields, dominions, so to speak, with regard to security, this changes the dynamics of security. Obviously, cyberspace has emerged as a new dominion of where strategic interests of countries are come to bear. This is an area where capacity is very important, and an area where there can be coalitions. But at our university, we're launching a research project to address cognitive war, so to speak, with the advancement of neurotechnology and in neurosciences and behavioral sciences and in the cognitive field about the minds of citizens. So this is going to be the new area of coalition, so that there's input from third-party actors. And so the first P is power. When we talk about technological diplomacy, we have to take into account the P. The second P is prosperity, and this pertains to emerging technologies, how they change and disrupt the dynamic of competition and markets, and there's more monopolistic behavior in markets as a result, and the ability to hold on to talent, retention of talent, because the taxation by states of activities or inability of states to be able to tax such activities as well. And so the climate side of this and tools to address the process of climate change, there's also changes in global health. And so therefore this P for prosperity demands of states and the diplomatic corps of all states new approaches and strategies and rethinking things. If we want to generate prosperity in our countries, we're going to have to include all these technological components in our approach. The third P is principles or political systems. And what this addresses and what it should address is the intersection or overlapping of technology and the human side, fundamental values. We can speak of monitoring, repression of minorities, how these technologies tie into the political side, and diplomacy has to take this into account and to put forward agreements in this regard. Several countries, including Spain, my country, have approved charters of digital rights charters. It's desirable to propose a declaration, a universal declaration of digital rights in the framework of the UN. Perhaps this is something that among all of us we should be engaged in. This is the consequence of the bearing that technology has on rights and freedoms. So also how to perform, execute, carry out diplomacy. Let's imagine there's been a consensus about these P's. This is the sort of umbrella. This narrows the field. The second question we have to pose ourselves is how the country actually implements digital diplomacy policy. And so that's where we work seriously on a shared vision of what each one does. The first question is establish strategic principles. We need guidelines or an action strategy in this area. The second thing we have to do is generate capacity at the ministry itself, foreign ministry, to be able to implement this digital diplomacy. There's a few countries that have cyberspace sections. This may be just a short term, but the ministries have created an institutional capacity. There's a more ambitious way of approaching it, which is creating actual bureaus or actual sections and offices instead of temporary groups. But the thing is to have a point of contact or an area that's as permanent as possible and has to be funded with. And this is strategic, and this is for following up and for consistency and to sort of cut across all actions of the ministry, foreign ministry, and decision-making of the foreign ministry. And the third element is some sort of foreign outreach. There are ministries who, the Danish have an approach. They're trailblazers in this regard. What they did, antennas in Asia and in China, they put up, so to speak, antennas to be able to interact. So this was functionally depends on an embassy. A technological ambassador, so to speak, is what that they've appointed. There's other solutions. There can be offices. It can be advisory offices overseas. But if we want to have effective technological diplomacy, there has to be a network put into place, and they have to reach out throughout the different regions and to international forums or different settings where this area is addressed. And so in this regard, the last element of this structure, which I think is very important, this is an introduction and a segue to this, and this is the reason why the Danish government proposes that one of its antennas will be in Silicon Valley. And it's important for companies to do so. And there's a need for technological diplomacy be connected to the development setting, whether it's scale-up startups or scale-ups, technological scale-ups. Otherwise, it's impossible to understand what's at the root of creating this space. There have been different models. There was one model of interaction with these companies in the commercial sphere, cross opportunity generation. But the model that I feel is the most productive is the Swiss model, the one followed by the Swiss in Geneva, a diplomacy accelerator. It's a private-public foundation where we have the presence of both the government, the Swiss federal government, the canton of Geneva, and private companies. Scientific technology is what it's based on with this foundation. What they do is they produce ongoing engagement about needs and trends in the field of technology. And also, I think this should be a basic trait of technological diplomacy that is effective. In the end of the day, if you look at it as a whole, the Ministry of Foreign Relations has a program and strategic component. Then there's a structure for management of technology, and then there would be antennae overseas, and this is unique, and then there would be engagement and interaction level as you come down to deal with the technological changes that are taking place. And this would be the whole enchilada. And so that's the way you come full circle you come full circle with this digital diplomacy, and that's pretty much what it boils down to. I think what we would need to do is to make a change in human capital available at the ministries, and this is a long-term change that has to be implemented, and we have to work on. But we must work on the diplomatic corps. We need tech people and non-technical profiles, more social science geared staff, and thus far we need technological. You don't have to become an expert programmer, but we have to give people that don't have technology knowledge to learn what the Americans call digital literacy. We have to make these people have basics on digital governance, and then this should be included in diplomatic training. It also requires creating more modular type curriculum, and so that specific areas that need work, people can come in and brush up or learn these particular things, and so that people don't fall behind and their knowledge become obsolete. And so, however it's done, these two courses, the technical profiles, these two sides to it, and then the other side, non-technical profiles, but becoming more technology-minded. This is what leads to proper engagement and exercise of this type of diplomacy. If it's successful, the ministries of foreign relations will become conductors, orchestra conductors, and they will indeed be effective. Otherwise, we will be incapable of implementing a strategy with offices to be able to actually implement it. We had called a lack of intermediation in diplomacy, I've called it, with industry, Ministry of Science, the different ministries of defense, when they're not all on the same page and working together. In Spain, we had this problem. What happens is they'll have their own outreach instead of together with everyone else. And so when there's a lack of intermediation, it can sort of disrupt the normal flow of things, and there's a lack of coordination in the way it works. Ministries become silos. They just become a row of silos, and the content of the core of the policy of the diplomacy is left out. If the ministries of foreign relations are unable to become orchestra conductors, they'll become cacophony will be the result, and they will not be able to keep up with other countries when it comes to in terms of technology. There's one more thing. If this is digital diplomacy is another thing, and digital diplomacy on the other end is all the digital tools, communication tools, in different sports, management, consular management, and there's a huge volume of administrative processes that can be digitized, and assistant, client, or service, customer service. That is, all of this can be digitalized, but it's of the utmost important is what I first was addressing. We have to begin with. We need to put into place a new plan for foreign relations, because technology affects so many aspects of our lives and everything. It's so cross-cutting and so far-reaching that we have to look at the whole picture. It requires its own structure, offices, staff, proper staffing and training. And this reminds me of something that's very pragmatic that has to be done in the climate area. And this is something technical is being done. A very technical scientific profiles were required with regard to climate change. And then finally, it seeped into our diplomatic corps. Even though it has to do with climate, we needed to focus on this. And there are treaties and there's areas in our foreign affairs that are focused, they're specialized only in this, and this is what we're seeing with technology.
And in the future, I really believe that this is what we're going to see. We're going to see the development of all of these capacities in most countries of the world. We're going to see a growing complexity of agreements and treaties that regulate external space, cyberspace, or whatever have you. So this is really very relevant, and I truly appreciate that the course is underway, and I really appreciate and thank the OAS for being able to participate and contribute here with my thoughts. It's really going to be a wonderful experience, and this will be the kickoff of work and devotion to issues that will speak to prosperity of the world and peace and security and jubilee in the 21st century. So thank you very much. Good luck with your program. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now let's move on to Q&A. Carlos Luja de Pena will be with us. He was in the university, and here we'd like to welcome him to this meeting. As you know, we will have a moderator for our Q&A, but of course, now let me just give the floor and make it open for all of you. Please raise your hand or send it in via the net. I'd like to give the floor to Chile right now for your Q&A. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, very briefly, the delegation of Chile would like to echo the thanks made by the department and the Secretariat of the CAJP of the OAS. Also, we'd like to acknowledge Maria Fernanda, Mike, and Alejandro, and we are very grateful to Professor Muniz as well for his presentation. Mr. Chairman, in the ministry in Chile, the social networks play a crucial role in the exercise of public digital diplomacy. We understood that this is a new kind of diplomacy, but rather an extension of public diplomacy, not something absolutely new. We need the tools so that we can reach the objectives and also make this reach the public. Our country and has had for some time now a policy and a way of managing social media. It's Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so on and so forth, taking into account the relevance and the need to deal with this topic. I'm really happy to tell you that currently our ministry is right now working to craft a strategy of digital public diplomacy. In this regard, then, and for your possible consideration, in addition to setting up a structure, which we know is necessary, and the handover of knowledge with human capital, I'd like to ask Mr. Luca de Tena, what does he believe the pillars should be and the main components of a public digital diplomacy? Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us. And I'm the executive director of the Center for Governance and Change. This is the center of the university that I belong to. And this is the center that studies the governance and emerging technologies. And one of the new components that we study is precisely digital diplomacy. Thank you very much for your question. First and foremost, I would like to talk a little bit about what Manuela has said, and this is diplomatic technology and digital diplomacy. The presentation that Manuel gave us spoke about technological diplomacy and how it represents a new plan in the field of diplomacy. The question on digital diplomacy, when we talk about tools, is out there. And I think that obviously there are many different aspects, but the interesting part, I think, is to get into the crux of what technological diplomacy is. And this is the 3 Ps that Manuel referred to: power, In other words, something that guides geopolitics and technology. This is changing the distribution of power, the players, both public and private. We're talking about stakeholders. He made reference to space, cyberspace, and the P of prosperity, how technologies change relations, and the point on wealth, and then we're talking about the values and principles in the 3P, the principles, whether they are going to be jeopardized, or we also have to look at the potentially distorting things, so that when we talk about diplomacy, digital diplomacy and the tools, I think that the important point is to anchor them in these issues, the points that have been raised, and these are the ones that have to guide the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Manuela referred to Denmark and Switzerland. These are two countries, the most advanced countries in this exercise. They have embarked upon dealing with these issues in a very different way. But let's just say that they have zoomed in. In the case of Denmark, they have anchored them in the area or the sphere of security, cybersecurity, and in democracy, and in rights and freedoms that are being jeopardized by technology. And then the responsibility. And this is interesting, but they spoke about what the Americans called a level playing field. These technologies oftentimes have more power than states. And states have to be able to play on an equal level or level playing field. And the same thing happens in the case of Switzerland. The Swiss have structured their strategy of technological diplomacy in 4 different arenas: cyber, prosperity, and sustainable development, which we're talking about economic prosperity, and technological governance. This has to do with rights and the obligations and rights of citizens. This is what Manuel referred to as a charter of rights. And then we have technological self-determination, technology for the individual. So over and above talking about just the tools, and over and above talking about the ministries or the ministries of foreign relations as the only area, the only social area, I think the important point is how they anchor things to these issues that Manuel described. And I think that this is what the ministries should convey. Thank you very much. We've got a question that came in virtually. I don't see any hands or placards raised right now. We have from Dixon Moya from Bogota, Colombia. And this is a question which I think it speaks to the principles and some of the tools. And he says that we have to do this in the world that depends on their technological and digital systems that accompany platforms, digital platforms like Microsoft or email. And if you consider this a risk or some kind of dependency or this kind of thing, what experience do you have in this area? Is it a risk or not? Thank you very much. Well, that's a really good question. We don't have a lot to go on and answer on that question because the risk is not binary. It's not black and white. You've got to look at this in a more all-encompassing way. It's not the same thing to speak to a giant like Microsoft and technology when you speak about others, right? We know that they're working in an area of seeing technology and the use of technology in a very special way. Well, I'm going to be frank. I'm going to be sincere. I think that today there are very few states. There are very few public administrations or ministries that are in a position to develop these technologies. One thing is to develop a social media, but it's very different to develop the kind of tool that AWS, Microsoft, and the tools that they have launched. Well, here you get into this big debate that has to do with digital sovereignty. And this is a debate which in Europe is taking on a lot of importance. This is how states can develop their technologies and establish guidelines, security guardrails. for things that were already mentioned. And this is my very personal opinion, but I think that it's really very complicated. It's complex. Today we're looking at the role that these technologies play and to develop tools that can be at the same level. What does exist are many training systems and around these companies. Well, they continue to develop very interesting tools, both in Europe as well as in the Americas. There are many entities that cooperate with these technologies. We're talking about things that can be based in Latin America or in Europe, and I recommend that we take a look at this. We've gone through an exercise in our center, and Manuel was very much involved in it, but we cooperated with the Department of the State of the United States in identifying technologies that we call democracy-affirming technologies, democracies that undergird democracy. And here we had a host of different companies, and many times they were national ones. They were developing technologies that were very interesting to use. So it is really difficult to develop your own technology to communicate for X, Y, or Z. It's really difficult to develop your own social media, but if you can trust some of these startups and the learning ecosystems. You've got companies that are based on groups in countries, and they're developing technological solutions which are indeed very interesting. Thank you very much. Well, we don't have a lot more time, but we have a question from Ecuador. What are your recommendations for a developing country like Ecuador and many of the others who are here so as to really empower yourself for an adequate or suitable digital technology? What is the difference between the cognitive war and algorithms? Well, this is complex once again. Well, this is a concept which is very much looked at, but it's still a gray area. We've got certain activities and other activities, but basically this is the fact that the citizen's mind is a new space for conflict in societies, as it were. And it's true that there are certain experts that consider that issues such as disinformation or other forms are part of the cognition area, but it is a concept which is really well entrenched. It's considered amongst experts as something which is that has already existed. There are governments like France that have developed simulations of what activities could be part of the cognition area and disinformation and so on and so forth. So that this is a really entrenched concept. Now, the algorithmic war, well, I think that it's been called that way. I think that this is a concept which is not as well entrenched amongst the academicians and the experts in technology. Well, whilst it's true that there are areas of confrontation in all areas of technology, in cyberspace, there are many different experts that say that today we're really living in a cyber war arena. People like North Korea or Russia, there is artificial intelligence. There is a clear-cut area of 3 blocks or 2 blocks that are at war, China, and then there's soft power from Europe. But I don't know if I would speak so much about the algorithmic war. Yes, the cognitive area is a clear-cut area of conflict that's going to be spoken a lot about in the future. Now, as to the first question, what recommendations could we offer for a country like Ecuador? Well, I think that what Manuela described as spaces of power, principles, and prosperity. This is not far afield of countries like Ecuador, geopolitic, like things change in the distribution of power. The role of China in Latin America, the role that the United States has had, and how the dependence on material to develop these technologies. Well, obviously, this is something that is not foreign. This is not unknown. I think that the three Ps may not apply in the case of Ecuador, but in the European Union, for example, they're speaking about issues that have to do with Europe being competitive, developing different applications, healthcare. This is really a very advanced era, or prosperity. In Ecuador, you also have to look at other issues of social equality and the wealth distribution, how things are going to be improved, and how prosperity is going to be had. How does a country like Ecuador define prosperity? And in the case of political aspects, well, I think that rights, values, and principles of citizens have to be respected by technology and with its use in all countries. Values like citizens' privacy, for example, and the use of governments and businesses and how they use personal data of any individual. I don't really think that this should be a distinction as to how it's used in Spain or Ecuador. For me, it's quite clear that companies and governments have to commit to respecting these citizens' privacy and their spaces, and citizens have their rights. They have freedoms in the real life as well as in the digital cyberspace. So this is something that some countries don't respect, like China, but I think that in the space in which we're speaking, in the arena in which we're speaking, our countries, I think that it should be very similar in terms of values, principles should be applied in the real world as well as in the technological world. Well, we have a last question here from the room, and we would like to ask you to be very brief in your question and in the reply. Well, good morning. My name is Victor Elela from the Embassy of Guinea-Bissau. Equatorial Guinea, that is to say. I would like to latch on to the question put by your colleague, the adaptation of the ministries or the ministries of foreign relations and their staff. Obviously, there has to be some kind of transformation towards greater specialization, for example, greater understanding of the technologies and information technologies in our profession. But I would like to know to what extent you believe there's going to be an impact in the very nature of the profession in terms of embassies and ambassadors' physical contact and representation in the country. You're seeing that there's going to be a reduction or a slashing of budgets and in opening up different embassies in the future. What will the impact be? Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. With regards to the skills, and this is what you're asking about, and how we have to update and incorporate what Manuela talked about. She spoke about digital literacy. In other words, to have digital skills. Well, she was very clear. It's not a question of knowing computation or that you have the ambassador having some kind of degree. No, that's not the objective. The discussions, the discourse that's out there today, and the ambassador who's going to speak is going to touch on this, but I think that these are the discussions that have to be understood, that have to be analyzed by the ministries of foreign relations. It's not the technical knowledge of the tools. It's to understand, for example, what is the geopolitics of AI? What are the discussions out there that we're having today in the regulatory area as to the governance of these technologies? I think that is the crux. That's the interesting point, the upskilling. This literacy and this education that has to seep into the ministries, it doesn't really have to do with technical courses, but rather an understanding of the discussions that are already out there and what the effects are that technology is having in the profession. In other words, when Manuel says that technology is a new field of diplomacy or foreign relations, it's because there are discussions, and one doesn't really understand that the technological component. Well, in other words, we cannot talk about a concentration of wealth and innovation without talking about the developments of certain technologies. So I think that this is continuous learning or training, I should say, of diplomats and the embassy staffs, continuing education on these issues. It doesn't have to be technical, but they do have to be able to understand the debates that are out there in terms of privacy of individuals, AI, and governance. And then secondly, with regard to slashing budgets, well, I don't know if this means that these spaces are going to have more or less staff in the future, but its reduction isn't necessary because in some countries this is not happening. So I really don't think that that's a real problem related to technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you very much for those of you who put your questions, and particularly those who put your questions and those who came in virtually. So now we're going to have a presentation from digital areas from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, Mr. Nelly Loste. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but let's welcome you, and you have the floor for the next 25 minutes. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hello, everybody. A technical diplomat is here having always a slight issue with technology. I think this is how it goes. But I want to say good evening to all of you from my side. Nele Leosk, actually quite well pronounced, and I'm a digital ambassador for a small country called Estonia. I am joining you from my trip from far away, though. But I really enjoyed our introduction by Manuel and by his colleague. Really very, I believe, summarizing why technology has also entered foreign politics. Not only in these countries, these big countries that are the big players of geopolitics, but also in some other countries. And in my first slide, I had also summarized these main reasons for this, and I'm not going to tell more or add more. I guess it is evident that technology is reinforcing power in the world. It has huge implications for our security, our economy, and democracy. And as was also highlighted by my previous speaker, what has really changed, and I think this is a completely new area for the diplomats and the states, is that the power is no longer always in the hands of the government, but actually on the private sector. And I would even say that even in individual players, for example, when we look
Ambassador, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Miss Liosk? We can. You're cutting off. Your audio is cutting off on our side. If you could please refresh and request the floor again.
We have some of these technological challenges, talking about tools, really have to get it together.
Ambassador, please
Hi.
go ahead.
Ambassador, go ahead.
Does it work now?
Yes, we can hear it.
One
Okay,
suggestion,
okay.
Ms. Leos, if you could just turn off your camera and just leave your mic on so your audio won't cut off, we'll try that. Thank you.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I am sorry that you will not see me, but only my slides. And I believe we can actually go to the next slide. I do not know how much you heard or you didn't hear, but one way wonder after the previous talk that we heard when technology is a battle of the big, what it actually leaves for small countries, and many of those you in the audience. I know that several of these countries have also introduced tech diplomacy or cyber diplomacy or digital diplomacy. Sometimes they are synonyms. Sometimes it's just sometimes there are small differences. But that is actually a very important aspect that has been the reason actually for Estonia to step not only digitalization that we have done in our government for the past 20 years, but also to look at it from the foreign affairs perspective is really about global partnerships, because it's no longer possible for us in Estonia to continue even our digitalization efforts without global partnerships with other countries, of course, within the European Union, but also abroad and also with private sector. And previously, it used to be in the hands of the digital ministry, but as we said, many things technological have turned geopolitical. So there is actually a very practical reason also for Estonia to push for this agenda. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a very practical approach, and I'm going to simply tell about how we approach digital diplomacy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do not have as much resources or big teams as my colleagues from Denmark or Switzerland, but we do have our plans, our work, and I will maybe just as a history, just to tell that as in most countries, also in Estonia, the efforts actually started with cyber security. So after 2007, 2008, probably many of you know, Estonia was attacked by our big eastern neighbor. And after that, we incorporated these topics also to our foreign affairs. And we were also the country that took cyber security to the Security Council of the United Nations, which actually shows that a small country can still have a play in this in the big field of the big players. And but around I would say 7-8 years ago, we also started to focus on digital diplomacy. And the digital diplomacy unit, I would actually say it was just a digital ambassador and part-time advisor. They were located at the Foreign Trade, Economic Policy and Development Cooperation Unit. And this was in relation to, I would say more, I would say to e-Estonia image. So I will later tell, we have all tech diplomats, we have our common agenda that we do, I would say more or less. But then we all have our peculiarities. And I think this Estonia's experience in modernizing, innovating, reforming our country with the help of technologies has actually played also a role and still plays a role also in our digital diplomacy. But in the next slide, please. What became quite evident, as also Manuel was referring to, that tech diplomacy started to be a separate policy line in foreign affairs. And I would say that it was increasingly difficult to separate cyber and digital. Before, we always had this distinction. I've been asked many times what's the difference between Estonia's cyber diplomacy and digital diplomacy, and this division was quite clear. Cyber was dark and digital was still dealing with everything bright, but it is no longer the case, because step by step, I would say that my bright digital side also started to have some gray or even very dark shadows. So when, for example, AI was seen more in terms of innovation and effectiveness, it clearly also has its downsides to disinfo, deepfake, and democracy, but also to security. So it was last year in August. I apologize for my cough. Last year in August, we formed a digital and cyber diplomacy department. We had 7 people there, but due to budget cuts, we are currently having 6 people. And we have divided our work so that I am responsible for digital diplomacy, and my colleague is responsible for cyber diplomacy, and then different topics are divided between the other 4 people in our unit. But it is very evident, actually, that 6 people is not enough. And it's not enough because actually technology is a horizontal issue and needs to be actually integrated with all main policy lines of foreign affairs. And I would say that even though I believe that countries need to step on digital diplomacy or tech diplomacy or cyber diplomacy, we cannot forget that this does not mean that somehow the other people in the ministry do not deal with technology issues. And our way has really been more integration and also very close collaboration with my closest colleagues in other lines of the ministry. This is the only way that we can, in a way, push for our digital diplomacy agenda. I will later introduce it. So it's very closely linked to democracy and human rights unit. It's very closely linked to trade and foreign economy and development cooperation, but also disarmament. And I would, of course, multilateral collaboration, especially UN, but also bilateral relations through which we all can implement our digital diplomacy agenda. But there was previously a question about the skills of diplomats, and I have a bit of a plan to say about it at the end of my presentation. But maybe just to add here that indeed, diplomats do not know the details of technology. And this also means that we as diplomats need to either really closely cooperate with these government institutions, but also private sector and just experts who possess this knowledge. For example, I am involved in a lot of AI governance issues at the UN organizations, in the EU, but I really do not possess the deep knowledge or needed to actually understand all these issues at stake. So I have a very close relationship with our Ministry of Economic Affairs and digitalization that is responsible for digitalization in Estonia. And they have then these different expertise, but also other ministries. For example, in Estonia, human rights are under the Ministry of Justice. So we have just last week, we were attending the UNESCO AI Ethics Summit, where I was accompanied by my colleague from the Ministry of Justice and not from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because they had the needed expertise. And maybe for the third level, which I believe is also, I guess it's also increasing the collaboration very much in different regions. We see ASEAN, of course, South America and the Caribbean. We see it in African countries. Is actually, I would say, like linking up. There are so many issues that we are not able to discuss alone. We are not able to influence them alone, but we might have an impact when we do it together. So I would say that from Estonian side, the European Union is a really important partner here. And maybe I will just very quickly summarize how it is organized at the EU level. but I believe it also needs to be strengthened compared to the situation that we are facing now. But basically, we have finally, or maybe for some years, we have had council conclusions on digital diplomacy at the EU level, but we do not yet have a digital diplomacy strategy, no action plan. But the council conclusions then are implemented in different ways. It is mainly the responsibility of the External Action Service of the Foreign Affairs of the European Union. EU has digital ambassadors. I would say that one is residing in San Francisco, the other is in Brussels. But what has been really useful is that we have a very tight network of EU digital ambassadors. We meet regularly, all together, I would say once a month usually, together with External Action Service, and we may have some guests there. But we also have smaller groups around certain topics that are dear to us, and we share information, I would say, by now continuously. I don't think that a day passes when we do not discuss certain issues among ourselves. And for a small country like Estonia that may not have time or resources or capacity to focus on every single aspect that I need to, it is really useful actually to discuss with colleagues whom I trust, who have more resources and who are willing to share their know-how and skills. But when we look at the EU more practical level, then digital diplomacy issues are discussed at very different working groups. And this is actually, I would say, the challenge of tech diplomacy. It is interconnected with so many things. So currently we have telecom working group, but this mainly looks at digital issues and I would say internal market. We have cyber working group. The name is actually a bit longer, but I don't. But they look at, I would say, more security aspects. Then we have hybrid working group. They discuss disinformation, for example. And we have so many other working groups currently, the working group dealing with UN, that it is actually quite difficult to bring this information together. And last year, Belgium, who is currently has a council presidency, they started consultations on how to actually strengthen digital diplomacy at the European Union level. And they also suggested the formation of a separate digital diplomacy working group that we from Estonian side, and I also personally support, because it gives an emphasis and perhaps also the responsibility over certain processes to a certain body. It was currently still decided not to establish it yet because many do not have the resources planned. But in a long run, I believe this is where we are going, and probably this is also something that many of you are involved in discussing in your region. So how to formalize or institutionalize collaboration in between yourselves. Maybe just about resources, I would comment, because this was brought out that several countries are sending the tech diplomats to other embassies and it needs a lot of resources. So we currently do not have that many resources to send tech diplomats abroad. We even had to close our consulate in San Francisco due to our budget cuts last year. But we do have diplomats in I would say, our main missions that cover digital and cyber diplomacy issues. Of course, in Geneva and in New York. I would say that in New York, as currently there are so many processes ongoing, the UN Global Digital Compact process, AI Council report, and so many other things are happening. So I would say that the one person may not even be enough, but currently we have one. And we have then also diplomats in some places, of course, in Brussels, in Washington. And it's also, depending on a location, integrated into the work of, let's say, some other diplomat, let's say economic or trade diplomat. They are dealing with this, for example, in London, in Paris, in Singapore, in Korea, in Japan. So they do not necessarily have to devote only on tech diplomacy issues, but maybe some aspects related to it. So this is about the resources, but or how we have organized it in, let's say, in our ministry. But I would like to very quickly, and I know that I don't have a lot of time because maybe we want to discuss also. I would very quickly like to introduce our digital diplomacy, I would say, paper of foreign affairs. And I would go to the next slide. Or even next slide, because I forgot one between. Thank you. So I do have to admit that having been in my position now 3 years, and maybe just about my background, it might interest some. I have been actually taken to this position outside the ministry. And it is rare. I believe there is no other that level person that has entered outside public sector. So I have a private sector background. I worked in different international organizations. I was also a bit in academia. So I've tackled technology from different angles. But when and maybe some months after I had worked in the ministry, I realized that Estonia needs actually a digital diplomacy paper, because it is a very messy area. And what we really needed to do, we needed to put a line on between what we do, where we prioritize our activities, and what we do not do at all, and who does what. And I must say that the preparation of this paper took a bit more time than I thought, and mainly because digital is in every diplomat's table somehow, not only in Estonia, but I believe also in other countries. So there were a lot of discussions over who is responsible for digital collaboration in bilateral relations. Is it the desk officer? Is it the tech diplomats unit? Is it the economic diplomacy? Is it the development cooperation department? So, so these, I would say that these discussions that we had inside the ministry were actually very valuable, I would say, output of this process. But now, 2 weeks ago, our digital diplomacy, I would say maybe white paper or concept paper was adopted. And it has two interconnected, I would say, large aims. And this is, of course, not new. On the one hand, of course, it's to improve Estonia's well-being. And on the other hand, support, I would say, a democratic development of digital society globally. And we implement these, or we reach these two aims that we have set in our digital diplomacy paper with through 5 main components. And the first one, actually, I would say, is a very Estonia or my country specific, and this is really related to Estonia's global image and positioning in digital affairs globally. And this now is perhaps not so much related to these geopolitical plays or all the threats that come from potential misuse of technologies, but this is really related to how Estonia globally is perceived. And in this sense, it's very much related or interlinked with our digital development in Estonia, because Estonia wants to remain if not the most, at least one of the most open, innovative, modern countries in the world that has been supported by the use of digital technologies. And then we have mechanisms for this set, how we do it internally. The second, and I'd have to also say that actually the main responsibility of this line of action does not even lie in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but in actually in a separate office. It's called e-Estonia showroom. The second line of work is global technology governance. And this is now something that is really the responsibility of our digital and cyber diplomacy unit and myself. And this is really to make sure that technology is used for good and not for bad. And there are so many processes currently ongoing in the world. I mentioned some of them that are taking place at UN level, but of course there are so many other initiatives by G7, G20, and OECD, and so forth. And of course we don't follow them all. We have identified the ones that we follow, where we contribute, and the others we do through the partnership with others. The third big pillar for us is economic policy, and this is very much related to really representing and also supporting our own companies. And here there are two activities. On the one hand, to help them to export their products or services, but also to get knowledge into the country. And I believe this is increasingly more important, how to make sure that our companies in Estonia have also these skills and knowledge that all these big companies have, to make sure that they are still, I would say, can compete in this global market. And here foreign affairs has also a role to play. The fourth one is a digital cooperation, and this is also very much linked actually to Estonia's, I would say, global reputation after having reformed our tiny country within the past 30 years very successfully, and indeed where technology has played a role. So we collaborate with countries all over the globe. I'm really glad also for some partnerships that we have with the countries that are in the audience, and actually I am very sorry to have missed the cyber dialogue that I believe is was taking place yesterday and also today in Dominican Republic, but I had a long planned prior obligation, unfortunately. And the fifth part is related to digital diplomacy skills. And this is also quite a nut to crack, I do have to admit, because we do not yet have a very comprehensive training program for our diplomats, but also other public officials. But this is one of the priorities for me for this year. We have of course developed cyber and digital diplomacy summer schools, and I know also that some representatives from your countries have also come to Tallinn, and we will continue with this at least for the next 3 years. But now when we talk about training our diplomats, and I believe our diplomats generally know quite well digitalization and e-Estonia and the story and the services and all the good things, but digital diplomacy is much larger. And to identify what these skills are is difficult, because people deal with so many different things. Some are involved in trade negotiations, some are involved in development issues, some in disarmament, and so forth and so forth. So we will have a module-based approach to our digital diplomacy program that we will offer to our diplomats, and I hope also to our public officials. I had actually also some examples of some partnerships that Estonia, to get this more theoretical part more practical. I think the global technology governance I already referred to, so we can maybe move to the next and maybe even the next slide. So digital diplomacy does not necessarily need to be only about policy making. To a large extent in my life it currently is, but it can also be something very practical. This current slide is not about it, but for example, Estonia has established cross-border services with very many countries, mainly in the European Union. For example, cross-border digital prescription. This is also part of our global collaboration. So, for example, if my doctor prescribes me a medication and I go for holidays in Greece or Portugal, and I don't know. I need I had forgotten to buy my medicine in Estonia. I can buy it in other countries and the other way around. Or for example, how we look at our digitalization. We have founded with Finland a foundation called Nordic Institute of Interoperability Solutions. So we together with Finland and now also Iceland is part of it. We develop certain digital solutions we all need. And I think this is a good example of how also smaller countries can couple up and look at these partnerships to really strengthen their digital development, but not only, because through this foundation we are also influencing European policy making. So we form our common standpoints and we represent these together. But this last example that I want to also bring here, because maybe some of you have heard, and if not, then now I believe it's a time. Some 3 years ago, we coupled up with Germany, ITU, it's the International Telecommunication Union, and Digital Impact Alliance, and we started an initiative called GovStack. And this has, I would say, twofold roles. On the one hand, it is really advocating for, I would say, new approach in digitalization. It's really based on building blocks, sharing and reusing certain components that countries may need in digitalization, both private and public organizations. But it also has, I would say, our values-based approach embedded to it, because we have developed these specifications for all these digital components following these principles, and I would say also at times regulations that protect privacy, and I would say are in line with how we have approached building the open and inclusive digital society. So this is just to maybe show that not everything we do is in huge corridors with important players. Sometimes it can also have a very practical value. So I believe my time is probably long up, but I would like to thank you all. And if you have any questions, I'm here, and I hope this camera will also work this time.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Okay, it's Q&A time. We're going to begin with a Chile digital question. Luis Alfredo Castro of Mexico, and who asks, it's online, is it necessary? Who implements legal statutes to bring international public law in line with digital practices?
Here, the beginning.
Perfect.
Okay, Luis Alfredo Castro of Mexico asks whether it's necessary to implement legal provisions or laws or regulations in a country to govern, to bring into line digital activities with public international law.
Yeah, thank you. I think I hear myself.
We can hear you perfectly.
Yes, okay. It's a good question. So how we have approached regulation in Estonia has been in this sense different, that we have really looked at our local developments and then sort of regulated in parallel. And I will bring some examples. Now we are entering, of course, the field, or we have entered already, where we are compatible with, or need to be compatible with, the EU regulation. So let's say Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, Data Act, the Data Governance Act, as much as it applies, and also now the AI Act. So for example, we started to develop AI Act in Estonia, I would say around 4 years ago, but then the EU also announced that they will start to develop an AI Act, and we stopped the development of our AI Act because we are having the European-wide AI Act. But now, when it comes to global regulations and how these will embed or influence our regulations, we actually do not know yet, because in very many areas we are still discussing first, I believe, whether we should regulate globally technology, for example, AI. There is, I believe, a consensus that we need at least principles that we adhere to and some norms. But whether we need a global regulation, I believe, is pretty much has not really been decided yet. I believe we will see that quite soon, which way it is going. So I would say that it is. I cannot even predict in which ways the global regulation of technology might influence us in Estonia or in the EU in the future. But maybe just to add on the general approach sometimes, and maybe I misunderstood the question. Sometimes I've asked how we combine practice and regulation, which comes first. Does the practice come first or the regulation come first? And I would say that there is no yes or no response to this. For example, and I bring some examples. For example, when we introduced the digital identity in Estonia, it was evident that we needed to change identity documents law to allow for digital identity. We had to also change the law to allow for digital signature. But when we look, for example, how data interoperability has evolved, then it started a bit more with practice and I would say softer measures. So there were voluntary frameworks and standards that were very much, let's say, pushed in the government, but it was not a must. And later it, I would say, evolved into the law. But generally, I believe it is, at least it has been beneficial for Estonia, that everybody knows what is allowed in the digital space, what is not allowed, and what happens if somebody breaks the rules, because it takes time to build digital trust, and I would say that this clarity in terms of legal affairs is very important. It's not the only factor, of course, in building trust, but definitely one of them.
Thank you.
The delegation of Chile is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador Leosk, for your excellent presentation. My query is as to how relevant it has guiding principles with regard to all of these processes underway, because technology is permeating a lot of areas that are not traditionally technological or don't use technology, democracy, human rights, the UN conventions, or regional bodies. So how could it be fundamental to the evolution of these treaties and conventions or international regulations? And then the second question, from a developing country in the southern hemisphere, how can you create structured, formal mechanisms to incorporate stakeholders into it, not only private sector, but specifically to be able to make advance towards creating regulations and international relations? Thank you.
So again, with the translation and everything, maybe I didn't get everything right, but I will start maybe with the second question that concerned the involvement of all stakeholders in these processes. And when we look at what is happening currently at let's say at the global level, then I believe we all agree that even when we look at the involvement of private sector, it is mainly the big players. Even when we look at the involvement of European companies, I would say it's very minimal, if any, in some of these processes. For example, AI Council and the report, or the mid-report that came out, that was prepared, I believe it came out in December. And when we look at this also now in Estonia, then it is a big question for me also, and for our diplomats and other public officials, how we make sure that our companies, but not only companies, but also how our people and civil society can have a say in these processes, even if this say could be via us as a government, because it needs a lot of knowledge and understanding that many of us do not possess. And even if we look at globally, there are good and strong NGOs, except now some others, but also not so many that would have the needed resources to be involved. Estonia is a small country. We are also not very hierarchical. So we have, of course, we have official policy-making processes, but I don't think this was the question. But currently, I give regular updates to different stakeholders on what I do. And this is one way to make sure that they are not always usual suspects when we talk about technology governance or AI governance. Because if you look at these global forums, I am already friends with everybody that joins me in the panel, which is nice. But I think on the other hand, it shows us how few people actually and how few stakeholders are involved in these processes. And the second one was, I believe, related to technology and the global regulations that are in place in different areas that technology affects, such as human rights and so forth. So here, it is difficult, of course, to have a yes or no answer. I believe there are cases where the existing regulations and laws can be enough or sufficient to make sure that that the technology is, let's say, not violating human rights. But I am sure that there are also areas where this is not sufficient, and I believe in many of these areas there are currently debates ongoing. So not sure I have the definite answer to your question.
Thank you. Tenemos una última.
We have a last question from Manuela Rodriguez from Guatemala, who's asking something based on the experience of Estonia in this area. If you can offer two recommendations, two practical recommendations of what to do and what not to do for developing countries in this area of diplomacy, very briefly, please.
So what would be my practical advice, let's say, to countries that want to establish digital diplomacy in the country? Okay, I think the first one is to lobby for the management. So I think it's really important to have a support inside the institution for the establishment of either a new unit or a person at the beginning and then continue from there, because this would really, and I think this is a no-brainer, right? This would really help to establish, because many diplomats struggle actually with this, that technology is not yet seen as an integral part of foreign politics. It is even a struggle among many of my colleagues in the European Union. So I think this realization is definitely useful. But the other, and this is very true, but not so easy to actually implement this prioritization, where you really put your focus and your priorities, to find perhaps these niche areas that you focus, find these very few partnerships where you focus, because it's evident that it's not possible to do everything.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Let's move on now to the next item or the next part of this panel. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move on to the next part of this panel, of this course. An interactive part that is going to be led by a specialist, Mike Mora, from the Department of Effective Public Management. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to warmly welcome and greet everybody. We're going to get into a session in the agenda which is the most interactive of all the sessions of this course. We truly appreciate everyone who has sent in a question, but right now, since it's a course, we'd very much like everybody to participate in this session. And to do that, we're going to use the tool that is called Mentimetro, Mentimeter. Right now, you have on the screen, as well as in front of you on your tables, instructions so that you can get into it. We're asking you with your mobile phone to scan the QR code that you see on this screen or in front of you on the table. You don't have to set up or open an account. You don't have to download any application. You can use this app from your browser or from your navigator or in any of your devices. So let's give you a couple of seconds while we are trying to get in. If you're getting in on your computer and you haven't scanned the QR code, you can go to the address www.menti.com and put the code in that you've got on the lower end of the screen, 5506532. You'll realize that many people are connected and they're getting, because we have those likes and we have the little hands. And so if I'm reading well, we've got 104 right now, got 104 likes. So that's a good number, and certainly other people are going to join. This app is going to show you a host of different questions with our interest, which is for you to reply. When you read the question in each and every one of the spaces, you'll see that we're looking for short answers from you and very specific answers. So this exercise, even though it's a dynamic exercise, it's dynamic and quick, but I've taken up 2 minutes of the 10 minutes that we have already, so we're going to kick off now. Right now, we're going to kick off. We're going to put up the first question. This is a test question. So what country do you represent? This is the question. What country do you represent? And we will see who's going to answer. We've got all the countries. We can see all the countries that are just getting connected and getting in. So we're confirming that this works before we actually get into the tough questions. We're going to give you a couple more seconds so that you can get in, so that all countries can get in. Thank you very much. Costa Rica, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, some that we don't have in the room but are represented. Paraguay, St. Lucia. 2 more seconds, and let's move on to the next question. Okay, let's go on. Here's the next question. And we're asking you to answer it the same way. List the technologies most used by your country's foreign ministry. Your country's foreign ministry. So we're going to be waiting for the answers. Right now, the tests are set up to ensure that this works. And let me just remind you that everything here. Include in your questions, everything you include in your questions are going to be seen in social media. SharePoint, Pay Online, email, Microsoft. And we've got a list of the technologies most used by your country's foreign ministry. That is the question. Internet, Andros. Twitter. Now it's known as X, all of the social media, of course. Now we can see on the screen all of this technology, and it's going to encourage us to think a little bit more about these technologies or these platforms. And now we're going to take 15 seconds more so that we don't forget anybody. And remember that at the end, when we end this session, we're going to present the report, everything, all of the questions that have been asked. So let's move on to the next one, and then the next question. Here you're going to have access. So the question is, what are the challenges for the use of emerging technologies? This is for your ministries. What are the challenges for the use of emerging technologies in your ministries? Now, we already know, given the previous question, what technologies are used. Now, you are going to choose of the challenges, which challenges are there for the use of emerging technologies. So let's take a couple of seconds. Training and practice, adaptation, budget, proper training. We need to analyze budgets, once again, adaptation, cyber attacks, limits between cybersecurity and other areas, proper training, learning curve, lack of training, teaching, and we can see how all of these challenges in the ministries are up here for the use of emerging technologies, or when it comes to the use of emerging technologies. Let's take another 10 seconds for this question, and let's move on to the next one. Right now, let's move on to the next question. Which of your procedures and services for the ministry or for the ministries should be available digitally? Which of your procedures and services should be available digitally? And here we're referring to the ministries, of course, all of them. We want all of the procedures to be up there. Virtual meetings, visas, appointments. We're getting all of the answers popping up here on the screen. We're in the last part of this interactive exercise. Thank you very much for your replies from all the countries and, of course, the ones who are in the room as well. So let's take 15 more seconds for this particular question. Which of your procedures and services for the ministry should be available digitally? Very well. Now, that done, let's move on and continue with this session. So we truly would like to thank you so that we can round off this question. List the challenges for the advancement of digital government in your country. What are the challenges, or list the challenges for the advancement of digital government in your country? So we're going to wait for the replies. Let's take 20 seconds to see the answers, and then we'll finish off that exercise.
Government in your country. 10 segundos más.
A few more seconds. There you are, Mr. Chairman. We've wrapped up that exercise, and let me just remind you that at the end of the session, we will give you the report of the results of this exercise. And thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks to everybody who participated. So it's 11:45. Let's give the floor to the Vice Chair of the CAJP, Mabel Garcia, who will chair this part of the session, and we have a panelist, but Mabel will introduce them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now let's continue with the next panel, the second one, which is called How Do Emerging Technologies Impact Democracy? We're going to receive or hear the presentations from the invited guest presenters. And let's remember that we have a session of Q&A afterwards at the end of this set of presentations. I'm really happy to welcome the CAJP of the Permanent Council of the OAS, Mrs. Alexandra Reed, President and Executive Director of the Center for Democracy and Technology in the United States. She is here today in the room. Mrs. Reed, you have the floor.
Distinguished audience, thank you for having me here today. I am the President and CEO of the Center for Democracy and Technology. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that focuses on protecting people's rights and our democratic values in the digital age. We're based here in Washington, D.C., about 5 minutes from this building, and also in Brussels, but we also work with transnational organizations because these issues impact people around the globe. When I think about the impact of AI on democracy, there are 3 main areas that I believe merit attention. The first is the impact on our information environment, the digital public square, which will be covered by a number of our speakers today. The second are the increased capabilities for surveillance, which changes the dynamics of power between governments and their citizens, and also between industry, the private sector, and regular people. The third is the impact on social inequality, which of course deeply impacts the fabric of our society. I will discuss each of these briefly today. First, the impact on our information environment. Other speakers today will talk about the impact of deepfake images, audio, and video on democratic elections and the public's trust in information. My organization does a lot of work in this area, including engaging the technology companies on the appropriate rules and designs for their products, and with election officials and other public officials on how to boost trusted sources of information. But there's another area to cover, how our new modes of communication are impacting the way that governments interact with their citizens and how people participate in civic life. Of course, in some of the ways you've already discussed today, the internet plays an essential role in democratizing power. It connects people to information. It allows people to find communities in new and deeply important ways so that they do not need to go necessarily through gatekeepers, but instead can find each other organically and have voice in our society today. Used correctly, social media and AI can open new pathways for governments to engage with their people. For example, automated forms may make it easier for people to file comments on proposed government initiatives, to file complaints about problems that they are experiencing in their community, or to learn about their governments and hear messages in different languages and dialects. AI may make it easier for governments to interpret all of the signals and noise they are hearing from their communities to make informed and data-driven decisions. But we have to make sure these tools are working well to truly serve the needs of the people. We also must make sure that these tools don't deepen the digital divide, giving more voice to people who are already connected and silencing those who are not. There is a famous example of this in the United States, of a city that used an app on people's phones to allow them to report potholes in the streets. City officials were amazed when they saw that potholes were appearing overwhelmingly in the wealthy areas of their city. That is not what they expected to see. Why were they seeing that? It didn't actually mean there were more potholes in the wealthy area of the city. It meant that people were using the app to report potholes in the wealthy area of the city. This is a useful example because it tells us that we have to listen hard to the information that technology is giving us and making sure that there aren't unintended consequences for people who are disenfranchised and do not have a voice. Another way technology is impacting our information environment or the digital public square are the new challenges that face people who speak out on a particular issue, including politicians and people who run for office themselves. Last year, my organization published a report looking at how online misinformation and online threats impacted women of color who were running for political office in the United States 2020 general election. We found that women of color candidates were twice as likely as other candidates to be targeted with or be the subject of misinformation about themselves, about their background, about the positions they were taking. We found that women of color were 4 times as likely as white candidates and twice as likely as men to be targeted with violent threats and abuse online. We spoke to these candidates, we heard their stories, and we learned from a number of them that it caused them to step out of running for office altogether. Their voices were silenced because of the vitriol and the attacks that they were facing online. As technology connects us in all of these beautiful and powerful ways, it also makes it easier for targeting and harassment and privacy violations. And these threats are real, not just in the digital world, but translating to the real world. That doesn't mean that online communication is bad, but it means that we need to take these threats seriously. We need to urge the companies to enforce their terms of service and be responsive when people are presenting and reporting problems online. And we need to prepare candidates and social activists and others who are lifting their voice so that they can be protected in this environment as well. A second area, a way in which technology is impacting democracy, is the threat to people's freedom and civil liberties, the surveillance point that I raised. In countries around the world, we're seeing an increased use of face recognition technology, not just to identify a suspect after a crime, but also to surveil protest activity or to intimidate dissidents. We've seen examples of law enforcement using face recognition technology on protesting crowds and sending text messages afterwards warning the protesters not to participate in such activity. We've seen law enforcement using face recognition on crowds to identify people with outstanding warrants or outstanding fines, parking tickets, etc., and arrest them or come and sanction them, which directly chills civic participation. In addition to the particular technology of face recognition, AI gives governments new power to synthesize disparate bits of information so they can learn a lot more about individual citizens than ever before. This technology, of course, can be useful in detecting threats, but it needs guardrails to ensure appropriate checks and balances on the extraordinary power that people with that level of information can see. At the same time, these surveillance systems can also be used by private actors, companies, in harmful ways that also need guardrails. You can think just for a moment about the amount of information you share on a daily basis when you use your phone, the extraordinary personal information that the companies operating these phones and the services on them are able to glean about their users. We need to ensure appropriate privacy rules so that this information is used to serve customers' interests, to deliver the services we want, and not sold in the open market, as often happens now in the United States and other countries without strong protections, or used to shift power balances or for other unintended consequences. We need to think about how different actors in society can use the information they can learn about other people, and again, what that does to the power balances in our society. To give an example, employers now have the technical ability to monitor their employees' social media feeds to see if they are organizing a union or a protest. If they issue a personal device to their workers, they can see technically where they're going after work, their place of worship, where they're gathering, and what they're doing. How do we ensure that these surveillance capabilities don't fundamentally change the power balances in our society? Again, we need guardrails so that we get the promise and the benefit of this technology without the harms. The final category I'll talk about is the impact of emerging technology on social inequality. This, of course, includes the significant concerns about job displacement, which many economists and others are thinking about, and the risk of the AI boom causing rapid growth in some parts of the economy and in some parts of the world without bringing others along for that journey, and instead actually deepening already stark divides. But another area of concern that governments must think about is when AI tools are being used to decide who gets a job, who is approved for a loan, who is approved for public benefits or for housing. All of those are examples that are happening in the world today. When an AI system is trained on historical data, for example, looking for job candidates based on the information of people who are already working at the company, that is a recipe to reinforce existing inequalities in our society and lack of representation in the workforce. And again, we need to have sensible guardrails in place to mitigate against this. We need those to be specific and actionable. We can all say we don't want AI to be biased. Wonderful. What does that mean in practice? What are we asking the companies to do? What are their legal obligations? How do employers and others using these tools make sure that they're in compliance and allowing these tools to be deployed fairly? I cover these three rather different areas because it's important to understand the many different ways in which technology is impacting and transforming our society. Faced with these examples, it's our shared responsibility, policymakers and advocates representing the public alike, not to throw up our hands and say, oh, there's nothing we can do, but instead to think about concrete guardrails and protections we can put in place to make sure that technology and innovation advances democracy rather than imperiling it. We have an important moment right now as the world thinks about the transformational power of AI in particular to try to get this right. We have a moment where policymakers and civil society advocates and the companies themselves are saying we need governance frameworks in place. The question is how we rise to this moment and shape this technology so that it works for everyone and not just for some. I'm going to pause there and we'll happily talk more in the Q&A about particular interventions we might pursue.
We thank Ms. Reeve Gibbons for her presentation. Next, I'd like please to welcome to the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs of the OAS Permanent Council, Mr. Sidney Leclerc, Senior Officer, Democratic and Inclusive Governments Program, International Development Research Center of Canada, who's joining us remotely. Mr. Leclerc, you are recognized at this time.
Hello? We can hear you. Okay.
No, we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you.
You cannot. Su micrófono está silenciado.
Your microphone's muted.
Does it work now?
There you go. Yeah, we hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm really honored to take part in this important discussion and highlight some of the issues and approaches we're trying to support at Canada's International Development Research Centre, or IDRC. But maybe let's just preface by introducing a bit IDRC, as it is quite unique in terms of institution and mandate. And IDRC was created in 1970 as part of Canada's foreign affairs and development efforts to fund and to champion research and innovation within and alongside Global South partners to drive global change. And what that means is that we really try to adopt a systemic approach to research, investing in the capacity of research team and institution, investing in research itself, of course, but also investing in the translation of that research so that the knowledge and the evidence produced is mobilized and positioned for policymaking and uptake. So quite ahead of its time somehow, IDRC has put the localization of research in countries and among communities front and center of the work. And quite interestingly, the center is what we call in Canada a crown corporation. So it's part of Canada's government, but it's directly funded by Parliament, to which we report through our Minister of International Development. So that involves both a form of autonomy, but also a great closeness with our colleagues from Global Affairs Canada, with whom we interact constantly and with whom we actually do create a lot of joint initiatives. And the reason I wanted to introduce maybe IDRC and highlight its mandate is really because it shapes both the nature of issues we aim to address and the approaches that we tend to adopt, and maybe especially at this intersection of technology and democracy. Because we know that digital technologies have today the ever-increasing potential of being a kind of double-edged sword to democracy and human rights, and particularly for the most marginalized and vulnerable communities. And indeed, on the one hand, we know that democracies can be made stronger with a greater degree of transparency and accountability through digital technologies. That electronic voting systems, for instance, have the potential to enhance integrity and security of elections by improving transparency, by reducing fraud, or even by increasing voter turnout. We know that digital technologies have provided new ways for citizens to engage in political discourse, to express their opinions, and to participate in civic activities, which can translate in really more inclusive and more participatory forms of democracy. We know that internet and social media, has been talked about before, have democratized access to information, allowing citizens to more easily access a broader set, a diverse set of news and information. But on the other hand, we also know that this very abundance of information is also creating its own challenges, and increasingly so probably with AI, like misinformation that can really undermine the informed decision-making and public discourse. We also know that the proliferation of surveillance technologies raises major concerns around privacy rights, civil liberties, or government overreach, with big impacts on the freedom of expression and assembly. We also know that machine learning algorithm and AI system used in decision-making processes, such as predictive policing, can reinforce or perpetuate biases and discrimination against atomic communities, and Alexander pointed out really well in the presentation before. And that can exacerbate inequalities and undermine really principles of fairness and justice in democratic societies. In other words, we know that if digital technologies can be powerful tools to strengthen democracy, they can also be used to deny or diminish people's rights and participation to civic space and political life. So one of the basic questions we're trying to address in our democratic and inclusive governance team at IGRC is really how can we contribute to maximizing the benefits and minimizing the negative impacts of tech on democracy through local research and evidence. How can locally led research and evidence be leveraged towards a more equitable digital public sphere? A digital public sphere that preserves digital rights and fosters democratic and inclusive participation. And to do that, we support our partners explore what we don't know. I was mentioning what we know, but there's many things that we don't know yet on critical issues, like what are the key drivers of information disorders, specifically across the Global South? How does it manifest in different contexts? What is the range of responses that we see and the success rate of these responses? Like how generative AI itself can be used to counter disinformation. Like how can gender-based attacks and threats to freedom of expression, such as sexist hate speech directed at women politicians, such as harassment of LGBTQ communities, or such as intimate partner violence and surveillance, be tackled through networks of care, through legal and regulatory frameworks, or through engagement with tech platforms? Or like how does disinformation and online attacks specifically target or impact groups like environmental defenders? And how can the development of assessment tools that are really culturally relevant and respect to their specific needs help these groups respond to these attacks and threats? But coming back on our systemic approach to research, we don't fund research for research, really. We fund research for change, for impact. And concretely, that means that the research is within a broader framework, and that means also supporting our partners do three major things. One is to build really and sustain knowledge and expertise network, especially across the Global South, which is what we've been doing, for instance, with the Data for Development Network and the regional plans, including one in Latin America, that have been pushing really research and policy agendas that are most relevant and critical for the regional context, and also enabling partners to be more present in relevant debates and political forums at the national, at the regional, and at the global levels. Second is we also support our partners help policymakers understand the gaps their countries are facing around governance of data and AI systems. And here I'm thinking of the Global Data Barometer, which is led by our partner in Uruguay, ILDA, so Iniciativa Latinoamericana para los Datos Abiertos, which is a global benchmark that looks really at the data governance, at the data capability, at the data availability, and the data use and impact across 109 countries. And that's a concrete way in which democracy can be strengthened. And finally, we support our partners strengthen cooperation between civil society and the state, between think tanks, communities, and policymakers, including on data governance and regulatory frameworks. And what better way to close maybe my intervention by giving you a concrete example that embodies that systemic approach. And an example that is very close to the OAS, since it's a leading partner in the project. And that's the Inter-American Program for Data and Algorithm, which builds on the 2022 Summit of the Americas commitment to support more transparency, protect privacy, and regulate the use of AI to meet human rights standards by supporting a new data for democracy agenda in Latin America with a clear focus on inclusion, human rights, and openness. So here you have 4 organizations, Derechos Digitales, ILDA, that I just mentioned, Centro Latam Digital, and of course the OAS, that are working together around 3 objectives. One is to contribute to the building of an inter-American agenda on emerging tech and digital governance, also ensuring that inclusion and the voices of the most vulnerable groups are not forgotten in this agenda. And that's the ultimate goal being the adoption of the Inter-American Data Governance and Artificial Intelligence Guidelines. Second is to conduct research on specific issues like data sharing strategies and the role of government as provider of data for AI, like data on feminicides and violence against LGBTQ communities, like on data innovations to map trajectories of migrants. And finally, the third element is to turn the knowledge and the results of the research into capacity building materials for organizations and government communities to be better prepared for data governance and AI challenges. And for me, that's really a concrete and positive way that our partners can collectively try to maximize the benefits of technology and minimize the negative impacts on democracy. Thank you very much.
We thank Mr. Leclerc for his presentation. And next, I'm pleased to welcome to the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs, Ms. Elaine Ford, Founding Director of Digital Democracy who joins us remotely. Ms. Ford, you have the floor. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. It's an honor to join you today at this important digital diplomacy course that's being imparted by the Organization of American States. I'm grateful for the invitation that the Department for Effective Public Management of the OAS and everyone who's made this important effort to all of our Latin American countries. I'm pleased, hugely pleased, to express my position about the impact of emerging technologies on diplomacy, a topic that's already been addressed by the high-quality individuals who spoke before me. I just want to talk to you about Democracia Digital. It's a think tank based in Lima, Peru, which reaches out to all Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. For 10 years now, we've been promoting a responsible use of internet and emerging digital technologies and citizenry and state institutions and society as a whole. We began working along 2 lines of work, and we've developed more than 20 lines of actions between initiatives, publications, competitions, etc. We've been capable of innovating and creating new spaces based on what's happened throughout the world in the revolution, the digital revolution. And so everything is always free of charge on our web pages. So since we started, we were always very optimistic with regard to the benefits and opportunities that are generated by internet and new technologies. I could talk for hours about how these tools contribute to our democracies and the impact they have on democracies to create greater transparency, accountability, greater access to public information, more partnerships and participation, empowerment of citizens, a more modernized state, and public innovation, improved information and education, and greater the more the connectivity, the greater development will be, as per World Bank figures. So, for you all to have an idea, we have more than 1,000 projects that we've identified of best digital practice in Peru, Latin America, and the Caribbean. This serves to show us what the major benefits have been that we've witnessed. But of course, I must say that over the course of years, there have been new risks have emerged, new threats as well, and challenges. And during this digital era, we cannot deny it. In the face of this, we must sensitize, raise awareness about behavior and responsible use of digital tools, and thus strengthen digital citizenship in all of our countries. And these risks add to them a crisis we're experiencing in our countries in terms of democracy. In Latin America, there are probably some countries are more sensitive to these crises as others. And I'm not talking about and these are political crises because and when it comes to the political realm, there's a lot of variables, and such as the traditional political parties being in charge and the lack of trust in public institutions, as well as the moving away from democracy, which is increasing year after year. And we see this in all recent reports. Unfortunately, it's a fact of life that we're experiencing in some of the, to a greater or lesser degree in some countries, but this is something that is a fact of life in our region in Latin America. We could say in general terms, democracies in our region are not really at their best time, and this leads to or creates spaces for an opportunity for new risks and challenges that we must deal with in our new digital era. So I'd like to talk about three major challenges when it comes to political and social citizenship that must be taken into account and that are taking place and that we've detected and that we must take action in this regard. There's three major elements that are interconnected as a result of the scenario I've laid out. And each one feeds on each other. And they can be very destabilizing in the current landscape. That is, excessive connectivity plays a real important role. Firstly, something very obvious that we see in online political polarization, an ongoing hostile environment, tweets, likes, etc., and a difficult time at forging consensus in major political processes and elections. What we're experiencing in some countries is unprecedented, and it's very harmful to peaceful democratic coexisting, and what's associated with it, like tribalization, the use of living in a bubble, and retweeting and sharing only with those who think or similarly to one. People who are only with people who are of like minds. And so there's no creation of greater tolerance and deliberation in a democratic and responsible way. And we see less and less of the proper discourse. A digital society is very fragmented, where in the end you just share ideas and discuss things with people who are who share your opinions. So people think that what they think is true is absolute, and they can't be. And so this attitude of intolerance and bigotry, and there's no pluralism of ideas. There's no tolerance or respect for other people's opinions. But that's the basis of democracy, and it's lacking. And so we have to take into account all of these elements, because what's clearly perceived on the social networks, and some more than others, but what recently has emerged is that very few people who are always sharing content. And this content that has thousands of likes and retweets and then goes readily goes viral, instead of a Pew Research Center shows that a high percentage of adults in the United States produce 90 some odd percent of all the content, just 2%. I think this trend is becoming quite obvious, even on social networks, particularly in Latin America. We can see, as we look at these trends, they're alarming. Another thing that's very troubling that has emerged with this democratic political crisis in our region is populism. We know that this democracy crisis has led to new leaders with extreme right or left-wing ideas, extreme right ideas. And we can these online spaces just bolster this. But when this discourse that foster hate speech on the web, and when there's reference to xenophobic, anti-Semitism, and with all this type of rhetoric, it's very troubling and very of great concern, and it should raise a red flag that we've got to be careful. We don't know that the trend is that there's no political center anymore. It's only radical political leaders on both sides, and this is a fact of life in our countries as a product of this crisis that we're experiencing. So political polarization on the social networks leads to a lack of respect, a lack of tolerance without respecting a culture of democracy where we see there's no self-regulation anywhere. A third element that's of great concern as well pertains to online disinformation, the trustworthiness of information, the fake news, the use of algorithms, or through the use of generative artificial intelligence, which is leading to very serious ethical problems. This leads to the manipulation of electoral returns, which goes very much against our democracies. Emerging technologies, despite all of the potential for good, they also represent a major risk that can impact the quality of information, accuracy, privacy, copyright. And we know what the effect and the impact of generative artificial intelligence, which has revolutionized the world in our way, and data and algorithms have led to tools that we all know, which like ChatGPT, that have a major capacity to imitate what humans do. And so we have to be very careful in this regard, because the levels of disinformation can be way too high, much higher than what we've experienced thus far. And during elections, during pandemics, at wartime, so we have to know how to deal with this properly. We know that online disinformation goes hand in hand, of course, with freedom of expression, online freedom of expression, which it's one of the most violated rights. And now we see this through practices such as censorship, blocking, surveillance. These are current, very common practices. And when there's protests in electoral process to silence the masses, and it's these famous blackouts, internet blackouts that are imposed by authorities, and to keep vulnerable people from being in touch with each other in times of conflict or war. And so there's different scenarios, but these are practices that are recurring, and we have to be extremely careful in the face of such practices. We also know that online disinformation isn't the only thing. It's a powerful machinery. Fake news, and bots, false accounts, use of hashtags, and makes all this content go viral, and touched up photos, memes, and audio, fake audio that don't comport with reality. There's a lot of aggressiveness and hate speech in all of this, and we've experienced all of this now, and so we need to strengthen efforts against these things. We know the twisted effect that this has had on our society. That it's a betrayal against society, and this incites hatred. It amounts to discrimination. It delegitimizes our democratic institutions. It introduces uncertainty, and that has a detrimental impact on processes, democratic processes. It politicizes things, and agreements aren't reached, and it creates chaos and uprisings in different areas of the world. And so we have to realize that these elements of online disinformation, and often it has to do with commercial political interests. It's difficult to figure out who's behind this disinformation, but those who take part and make it go viral, we can figure out. But we know that there's no short-term solution. There's no secret weapon against it, and so we have to deal with the different stakeholders: civil society, government, technology, producers, academia, all have to come together. It has to be multilateral efforts, foreign ministries as well, fact-checking via the press and independent fact-checking bodies. We all have to have a certain degree of commitment as citizen. Responsible digital citizenship requires doing your own part to put an end, to disrupt this vicious cycle. And so we have to create awareness campaigns and rules, and we have to share this throughout Latin America and our different platforms in specific contexts. And recently we launched a new initiative which is called Democracia en la, which so that you can see the priority we're attaching to artificial intelligence. In other words, democracy with artificial intelligence, to understand opportunities and challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean, and thus ensure a solid ecosystem, digital ecosystem, without adversely affecting democracy and governance. And this is for formulating proposals, for analysis, for campaigns, to deal with key stakeholders, to create partnerships and to empower women and young people in Latin America when it comes to artificial intelligence, to creating leadership. This is a practice of artificial intelligence in the region. We try to promote, to counter this, ethics, to risk assessment. You have to be very in tune with what could be a risk, and also to bring together different stakeholders that can deal with the governance of artificial intelligence. At Gobernanza Digital, we are aware and trust in the potential of technology and even artificial intelligence. However, it is necessary to give a privileged position to certain things in its development, the development thereof, and that's why there has to be transparency and ethics and take a different points of view into account and to avoid biases. And so it's important for Latin America to become involved and learn to train artificial intelligence itself and in computer science and robotics, etc. It's crucial in our countries, particularly for there to be more diversity and inclusion, and avoid biases that is criticized today, because it's found in artificial intelligence. And essentially what we're trying to do for there to be a responsible use to avoid misinformation, plagiarism, and polarization, and other types of illicit conduct, and which loosen social cohesion. So in broad terms, we can say we have a lot of challenges before us. We have to be prepared to confront these issues, to not abridge other individual freedoms and human rights. And technological development is so important for the progress of our countries, we have to remember. And so it's very necessary to be coordinated. That is, all stakeholders in our countries and region-wide and worldwide. We should do so. At this course, we hope this course is a fine opportunity and setting to reflect on this and other issues with regard to the digital ecosystem. We wish the best success to you, and that this is useful to each and every one. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ford, for your presentation. Now, I'm pleased to welcome to this committee Mr. Alberto Fernandez Gibaja, leader of the Democracy and Digitalization Program of IDEA International in Stockholm, who's joining us remotely. You have the floor, Mr. Fernandez.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning for some. My name is Alberto Fernandez. I am the head of the program Digitalization and Democracy International for IDEA International. And it's an honor for me and for the organization to be here with you and to work hand in hand with the Organization of American States, and particularly with the, given our mandate, and given that many of you in the room are member states of IDEA International, or we have cooperated and worked in your countries, or we've got colleagues who are in the fight for democracy, I would like to focus my presentation on the aspect that are closest to the electoral processes, and based on the understanding, and to try and look at a 360-degree mission and how the emerging technologies affect our democratic processes. So emerging technologies and technology in general affect democratic processes along three lines. The first is in the use of the technology to carry out the democratic processes themselves, the electoral processes. The second aspect are the risks in which technology gets into the electoral processes. And the last aspect that I want to touch upon has to do with cybersecurity and how cybersecurity can affect the quality of electoral processes. I really don't want to delve into the details or discuss here the relationship between elections and democracy. It's obvious that elections are not enough for a democratic system, but it is a crucial aspect of carrying out and upholding democratic values in any country. So the first aspect that I should like to underscore has to do with the use of technology during electoral processes. How do you know if you need a technological solution? How do you know? How can you, an electoral tribunal or committee, know that they have to have an electronic solution? And this is where we have to have a risk approach. Technology should solve a problem, an existing problem. You cannot, something that you cannot solve any other way unless it's through the use of technology. Now, the problem, technological solutions are often used for a problem that doesn't exist. And it's a crucial fundamental factor. Why is it a fundamental factor? Because today, artificial intelligence can alter many of the processes that are used to complete an election. It can change the electoral process, the registry, and the counting, the tally. Now, when should we adopt it? When should we recommend to electoral tribunals or commissions? Only when it's used to solve a problem that cannot be solved any other way. If it's necessary to solve a problem that needs some kind of technology. And the only other way that we're going to look at this are vulnerabilities in the process, weaknesses in terms of the trustworthiness of the system, or vulnerabilities when it comes to the cyber security of the system. And later on down the line, I'll talk about that aspect. The second aspect that we have to bear in mind have to do with digital risks for democracy. We know that there are digital tools that can help electoral processes. But what happens? What are the risks that the electoral processes come up against as a consequence of the use of technology, as a consequence of our life being highly measured by technology today? Well, these are three aspects which we feel are key, and I should like to underscore. The One has to do with information, digitalization of information, and various people have already spoken about this topic, but I would like to zoom in on some ideas that I think are really very important to table and to bring to fore and to apprise you of. The first thing is that, contrary to what we're used to thinking, the impact of information or erroneous information, pollution of the information system, is less than what we actually think. Generally, most of the research give it lesser weight than what we are thinking about. The community of experts was surprised when the World Economic Forum pointed out and pointed to disinformation as the biggest problem in the world today. No, the impact is less than what we think, but it is a very concentrated impact. It's a very concentrated impact in certain pockets of population that can change the results of an election. The distortion of information, disinformation as we usually call it, changes the frameworks of reference for people of these social groups. It changes the reference points, not just the facts, but when we have these reference points through which people interpret the world, the way people interpret the world, the reference framework is when it's focused on certain ideas, the idea that there is some kind of world conspiracy or that elections haven't been legitimate. Well, anybody can go and find information on that aspect. They're going to find information that responds to that, and it doesn't correspond to others. They're not going to come up against or with the facts, and this has been algorithmically simplifying the business model of social media. Now, there's another aspect as well of information digitalization. Usually we don't know, but it's really becoming very relevant, particularly in some of the countries that are not in the forefront, and that is the use of public figures and influencers, such as contaminating some of the stories. We've seen elections in the entire world in the few weeks that we have been in 2024, and the role that influencers play when it comes to elections. This is really very important, and most probably we will find this in other electoral processes, such as is the case of the United States or the European Union, where this is not an aspect that we are according a lot of importance to. But how does it affect the integrity of elections or democratic integrity? I think that there's a really very important factor that we have to understand. And this is the second risk that I want to talk about. The erosion of electoral trust is a cause of contamination of the information arena. There is disinformation and there is less trust in the electoral process. Using data, it has been shown that in countries where the information environment is contaminated, it's more polarized, there is a greater attempt to manipulate public opinion through technical fronts. The consequence is that trust in the electoral system goes down without relating to the quality of the electoral system. So what's happening? Well, it means that a small sector of the population can believe these interpretative frameworks, but a large part of the population is losing trust in the system, in the democratic system in general, and in the electoral system particularly. Many of the political people know this, and they're anti-democratic people, and here we see this in the ballots of many countries, and they know this, they exploit it, and they try to take advantage and benefit from it. Now, another aspect that is important is the other side of the coin, and this is the digital representation. There's an increase in the number of legislation, the number of laws that try to have a double role, to help to have a better informative environment to combat disinformation. But in point of fact, these are tools for repression in the hands of states. They oppress or repress freedom of expression, the ability of certain actors to operate and to get together, and they suppress the capacity of many to be able to freely express themselves online. Now, as we have seen in many different countries, how these laws have been quickly approved with very pompous names, the fight against fake news, but actually they've become tools of state repression because they do not abide by the fundamental principles of protecting privacy, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and other freedoms that defend all of the instruments in human rights. So that what we're seeing is that on the electoral level, there are aspects in the political discourse. Another aspect on the electoral level, what we have seen and what we believe is going to happen in 2024 is an erosion in the trust of electoral processes. And this erosion in the trust of electoral processes is a window of opportunity to erode democratic quality and to consolidate and to see come in political leaders who will have the power before democracy takes hold. Well, Alberto Fernandez, we need you to wrap up because you've been on for 10 minutes. So that the last aspect that I'd like to underscore the importance of it, cybersecurity. Well, very quickly then, this is a key aspect when it comes to the quality of elections. And this is a key aspect given the fact that the quality of elections can be seriously affected because of disinformation. It could change the results. It could have an electoral process that can delegitimize the results and making it such that we would have to repeat the election. So I would like to ask all member states that from the ministries and from all institutions' standpoints, please shore up your protection when it comes to cyber attacks that can hurt all of the electoral processes. That then I should like to wrap up, and once again thank you for the invitation to International IDEA. Thank you very much for having me make a presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez, for your presentation. Now, let us get into the Q&A part of the meeting. The people who are in the room can ask their questions by asking for the floor, and those who are virtual can write into N. Ramirez @OAS. So for this, we have the support of the 4 people who made their presentations in the second panel. I'm going to apologize for Ms. Ford, who had to leave, but the other 3 presenters will be there to answer your questions. Because of time, I'm only going to choose, or we will only choose 2 or 3 questions. The floor is open. Are there no questions in the room? Well, then we have a question. Oh, I do see a hand raised.
My name is Emilia Pacheco de la Rea. I'm here with the Permanent Mission of Ecuador. I had a question, maybe any of the panelists can respond, on how the Fourth Amendment, probably particularly with the first presentation, how the Fourth Amendment can be applied as known in the United States, that it's almost exclusively for the government, but if it can potentially be applied for private sector, for companies, in the terms of surveillance and how the rights of civilians and the rights of users can be protected as new and emerging technologies kind of infiltrate within our personal lives? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the Fourth Amendment in the United States Constitution protects people against the government's unlawful searches. It does just apply to the government's own behavior. But already we've had really important developments in how people understand the Fourth Amendment's application to new technologies. Obviously, it was written long before it was possible for governments to attach a device to somebody's car, a suspect's car, and follow them and know where they are at all times, for example. Is that an unlawful search that is more, seen as the equivalent of somebody just, doing surveillance of a car as it drives by? So the jurisprudence is evolving to match new technologies. When it comes to private sector behavior, though, we need other mechanisms. And that's why it's so important for countries around the world and for the US itself to make progress on privacy legislation as respect to private industry and company behavior. That is an ongoing effort in the United States. The federal government has not been able to do that, despite many, many years of advocacy by my organization and many others in this space. And the requests of companies, too, to have a good idea of what the rules of the road will be for them. But that remains an ongoing effort. In the US right now, states are considering these protections, but we really need governance at the national level to be acting in the US as well as other places around the world.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Givens, Delegation of Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists for all of your comments. I would like to ask Mr. Fernandez a question with regards to some of the thoughts that he has offered us on the loss of trust in democratic systems. That opens up the door to the possibility of having other systems have more force. And I'd like to hear some of the recommendations as to how states can recuperate or recover this trust by using technologies when it comes to emerging technologies. Thank you very much. Well, yes, thank you very much for your question. The main problem, well, it's not the main problem, but the loss of trust in electoral processes is not just a question of the informative arena, the use, or how this negatively affects trust and the erosion of trust in electoral processes. It's very important to keep and to cultivate and to take care of tribunals and different electoral organizations. Different countries have different systems, but generally the electoral entities, their integrity, their independence has to be upheld. We have to uphold their economic independence so that they don't depend on, they don't excessively depend on friendship or enmity that a specific leader might have to be able to carry out their job, and to step up and fight against disinformation as something that takes into account the entire society. And this is something that takes into account all of the agencies of the state. It's not just a question of the electoral entities fighting against disinformation or electoral disinformation, but no, rather it's a question for the entire state, including the candidates running for office. Cooperation has to be an important point. Now, the last aspect that I understand, and I share the concern that it's really very difficult to say, but more difficult to apply, and that is regulation. There are already a lot of good practices when it comes to regulation and cooperation with the technologies. Oftentimes to curb the flow of disinformation, but oftentimes also to amplify electoral or correct electoral information, to inoculate the population against anti-electoral narratives or that go against electoral processes before those things happen. One of the big problems that we've observed is that much of the population doesn't know, they're not familiar with how the electoral system works, and they don't know how the electoral system works, which creates a vulnerability to create lies and fraud, to say it very simply. So that civic education and inoculating, as it were, against the possible narratives against the integrity of the electoral process are very important aspects. But undoubtedly, cooperation of all political parties would be really very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez, for your reply. We have a question online from Mrs. Nelly Joana Benavides from the Ministry of Foreign Relations and Mobility in Ecuador. The question is, how can the ministries manage the digital divide between ambassadors and diplomats who are elderly for optimal development of digital diplomacy? Thank you very much. For anyone who would like to take the floor and briefly reply to that question, anybody can. The floor is open.
We're all being polite to each other. I will answer first. This is an ongoing question across government, how to keep up with very quickly adapting technology to make sure that our government is responsive and prepared. And I think the answer is that we all have a job to do in doing this, that governments have to adapt and learn to be responsive to new technologies, both to the opportunities they present for you to do your work and better reach your people, and to the risks that they present that can undermine the values that you fight for and the communities that you have built. It's the job of organizations like mine and other civil society advocates here today to help governments do that, to identify the threats, to think about practical steps you can take to address them. But unfortunately, I don't think it's something that we can just watch the trends and admire the problem. You know, we have to be proactive here and get out ahead of the curve because the threats are real and the opportunities are there and they're waiting for you all to take advantage of them. So I think it's incumbent on us to think about training programs like this, both resourcing them and attending them, taking the information that you learn and bringing it back to your governments and thinking what other mechanisms like this can help boost education so that everybody is able to take advantage of this rising tide and respond to this moment together.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reeve Givens. Well, now let's get on to the last part of the course, in other words, the conclusions. First, we will hear a presentation of the results and inputs with your participation through Mentimeter by Mike Mora, specialist from the Department for Effective Public Management. Mr. Mora, you have the floor. Thank you very much to the Vice Chair. Well, we're going to see the results on the screen. We're going to very briefly look at this and remember that you're going to receive the full-fledged results from the report. But just because we don't have a lot of time, we're going to take a look at some of the figures and the replies that we got. Next slide, please. About 600 replies came in for each of the questions, and we would like to thank all of you who are connected, both those online and those who are here in person. Moving on, 30 countries represented these questions, and you can see who sent in their answers. We also are grateful for the first icebreaker question and listing the technologies most used by your country's foreign ministry. Well, social media came in here and people spoke about how can technology be used, how do we communicate with citizens, and I think that this is really very important. In the next slide, you will see what the challenges for the use of emerging technologies are in the ministries. Well, we only took 10. You might not be seeing a lot here, but let me just remind you that we're going to circulate this presentation. Now, we just took 10. We had 169 or some odd replies that we got in this case. And economic resources and budget. This is one of the first issues. Training and building skills. This continues to be part of the dialogue, even in the second part. And cybersecurity and protection of data. This is important. Infrastructure, and this, of course, goes back to the protection of personal data. Now we get into number 4, infrastructure, technological infrastructure and connectivity. We consider this inadequate and a lot more is required. Resistance to change by different generations and cultural resistance. This is a common topic. Legislation and regulatory framework. This is some of the challenges which points to the need for good digital governance. 7, digital divide and disparities or gender disparities, and we notice some concern for the differences in access to technology. And 8, of these challenges, integration and interoperability. This is a topic that always crops up in the different presentations, and we feel it's necessary to have good and efficient governance. 9, of the challenges, better continuation and constant updating, or this underscores the need to have updated digital platforms. And 10 of these challenges, but not the last one, because there were many more, but implementation, strategic implementation, and development of clear-cut public policies. And here it was mentioned that it's necessary to move ahead by using emerging technologies. It's necessary to have this. And let's move on. This speaks to the procedures and services that should be available digitally. The words that we have are the topics: visas, consular services, civil records, passports, virtual meetings, and as you can see, the most common services, these are the ones that you see there. There are many others. We truly appreciate all the replies that came in, 140 some odd, or 340 responses, I should say, came in. Let's move on to the next one. This has to do with listing the challenges for the advancement of digital government in the country. We took 10. There are many more challenges that were identified, but we can quickly mention these. Financing or funding challenges, this is what was mentioned before as well. Second, training and building skills, both financing as well as other skills. 3, necessity for technology and updated tech infrastructure, better regulatory frameworks and legislation, the importance of strategic vision, which can, in fact, push forward these changes, both technological as well as regulatory. 5, the importance, 6, says the speaker, concerns as to cybersecurity. This is a topic that has cropped up once again, and people spoke about having sure platforms, accessibility, and how to overcome resistance to change. And this is another one that's cropped up, economic limitations, and it's necessary to understand public policies and the need to have all-encompassing digital frameworks. And another one, which is 10, a call for greater internet coverage and access for citizens. This was a very important topic that also cropped up when it came to connectivity. So, very well. Thank you very much. Well, those were the results, the quick results of the exercise, and we truly appreciate all of the replies that came in. And let me just remind you that you're going to receive a lot more information forthwith. Thank you very much, Mr. Mora, for your presentation. Now, following that, we will hear some of the closing remarks by Maria Fernanda Trigo, Director of the Department for Effective Public Management. Madam Trigo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just have 2 more minutes less. Firstly, I want to express my gratitude to the panelists for your participation today. Secondly, to the audience for joining us this morning. And I viewed this as only an introduction. It was just sort of a overview, and a lot of material has been covered in very short time. And at the department and the school, we're going to create a report, and we're going to take into account, Mike, thank you, and we're going to take into account all these needs that have been expressed by the foreign ministries, the further opportunities in schools of government schools and elsewhere to touch upon these topics in greater depth, and because all of us seem to believe that that digital diplomacy is a very essential topic to deal with. And so to all participants online and who have joined us from your foreign ministries, you've showed a lot of interest. There's like 500 online participants, so we see that there's truly a lot of interest. So we're going to take deeper dives into this in the future, and we thank Alejandro and conferences for making this meeting possible with all the challenges of connection and bringing in all of the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Trigo, for your presentation. If there are no further objections, I propose that the CIJP take note of both the presentations and the speakers, as well as the questions posed by the delegates of the permanent missions, the foreign ministries, and public servants in general. It's hereby agreed. Before closing out this meeting, I would like to remind you that on Thursday, February 22nd, in the afternoon, we will hold the CIJP meeting on this topic, good practices in terms of gender parity and geographic representation and different legal systems in the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. A major effort is being made by the SEAM Executive Secretariat with staunch support of this chair and secretariat. We hereby adjourn this meeting and at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, we're on K Street. Okay.